Now is we're going to start with contracts because Vanessa had a contracts question. Was it Vanessa? Yes. You asked about consequential damages, right? I'm going to do MBE subjects first because I said I was, plus it's also logically makes sense. Now, Vanessa had a property question, Frank had a property question, so after we do something on remedies and contracts and take any other contracts issues we might want to raise, we will then go to property by request. You're not hearing?
I mean, you just sound distant.
Okay. Part of the problem is I don't have a collar, so I stuck it on the necklace, and so.
We don't have speakers here.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. It's just picking, yeah, I understand that. Okay, so if you, I mean, you should be able to hear me. It's a small room. Okay. And then we'll do other MBE subjects. I know Vanessa asked about bonds, which is frequently tested, so we will then go to Florida Con Law after we do the MBE subjects. And whatever else Florida we have time to cover when we get there, okay? So we're going to start with contracts. Now, before I get to remedies, just some brief things about contracts. And actually, oh, hang on a second. So I get the screen. Before I go there, let's just look at an overview of contracts, and because remedies kind of comes at the end. It's very important, but before we get there, and so somewhere in your packet you have contracts outline, and where is it here? All right, give me a moment. Well, I'll just use this. It's fine. Okay, so it may not be identical to what you have. I apologize. I thought I had it pulled up, and I don't. With contracts, remember, always, 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 whether it's essay or multiple choice, start with your governing law. First question, always, what's the governing law? And if you're writing an essay, which you certainly could do yourselves a huge favor, don't write what it isn't. I see a lot of essays where people come in, it's a question involving land or services, and the first thing they say is Article 2 doesn't apply. That's not particularly helpful. What you say is this contract is for the sale of land, which is governed by the common law, and therefore the common law governs. Don't waste time saying Article 2 doesn't apply, because it's not relevant. Always try to write about what is, not what is not. Now, it's not to say you're never going to conclude no on an issue, but if it's something that's not raised by the facts, Article 2, when it's clearly a sale of land, don't waste time on it because you won't get points. So, first things first, what's my governing law? Next up, formation. And whether it is, again, an essay or multiple choice with contracts, the next thing that you want to think about is contract formation. So what are your elements of formation? Offer, acceptance, consideration. And for offer, of course, you need, let's go ahead and put this up, you need three things. And, you know, depending on who you had for contracts, it's stated differently, but it always means the same thing. For an offer, you need intent, which is going to be judged objectively, of course. You need, I call it definite terms. I think Professor Sullivan calls it content, same thing. Quantities, that one essential term under Article 2. Under the common law, it's different things depending on the type of contract. And, of course, communication to the offeree. And so always, you know, be on the lookout for solicitations, offers for offers, ads, those kinds of things. And then remember, of course, firm offers and option contracts. They love to test both of those, and particularly option contracts on the Florida portion. That just comes up over and over again in both contracts and in property. Remember, your option has to be supported by consideration. And the only other major thing to remember with your option contract is that the acceptance has to be received during the option period. So usually, of course, an acceptance is good on dispatch if you're talking about distance formation, but for option contracts, it's not good till it's received, so it has to be received within the option period. And by the way, as I'm going along, stop me if you have any questions that were lingering, and Priscilla does, or if anything I say triggers. Priscilla.
So for the terms, I know how quantity you needed for an Article 2.
Mm-hmm.
What do you need for a term for a service contract?
You don't need anything specific. You need whatever is essential. Now, if it's service, you at least need the subject matter, and certainly price if it's been agreed on. Any terms in terms of how long the contract is going to proceed. And it's an area where they might try to trick you and get you to think about the one-year statute of frauds requirement with service contracts, particularly construction contracts. But unless it specifically says that it must last for more than a year, then you don't trigger the one-year provision.
So the court would, if it's a service contract, if there's nothing said about the price in the actual service contract, the court can imply using the terms.
Well, yes, unless the parties agreed on it and then it didn't show up in the writing, right? But yes, and because it's possible that you could have, unlikely, but possible that you could have a service contract where they didn't agree on price. It's not the same thing as 2305 and the gap fillers under Article 2, but it's still the same kind of concept. If it's land, identity of the parties, identification of the subject matter, and price if agreed on. If they haven't agreed on the price, it doesn't have to be in the writing. I've seen some people try to write that the contract automatically fails if there's no price in a contract for the sale of land. No, if they haven't agreed on the price. Somebody have a question? Yeah?
Yeah. In an area like this where you have, with consideration doing a contract essay, would you still write something about like the Florida distinction, how it's like Florida, only requires a bargain or a debt?
Right. Well, absolutely, absolutely, and we aren't quite to consideration, but that's very soon. So any time there is a clear Florida distinction that applies, you want to mention it. Now, for contracts, the good news is there are about that many distinctions that are relevant, but consideration is one of them. So, think about your issues with your offer, then think about acceptance, always remembering, do I have an offer for a bilateral or a unilateral contract, because that'll impact what you do to accept. Also remembering, again, that issue with firm offers and option contracts. That firm offer, by the way, remember, that has to be in writing, right? Signed by the merchant offeror, held open for the stated period, not to exceed 90 days. And then, once again, would have to be accepted within the option period. For consideration, absolutely. Florida uses the first restatement definition of consideration, which is a detriment or a benefit. The second restatement says detriment and benefit. Honestly, I've never found a case where it makes a difference. But you get extra points if you say first restatement, benefit or detriment, for sure. And remember also with consideration, in most of the questions that you're going to be answering when consideration is an issue, you're talking about the executory phase of the contract, promise for promise. So if you really want to sound like you know what you're talking about when you write an essay, then you want to say that each promise supports the other promise. I see a lot of people using the completed whatever, the payment, instead of the promise to pay as consideration. If it's a bilateral contract, which is likely what it is, then it's the promise that makes the consideration. With consideration, not much else that I want to stress other than don't forget about detriment. So if you forbear from suit, so something they like to test a lot, that certainly can be consideration. It doesn't always have to be a benefit. Also with consideration, if consideration is missing, and it might be, on one side. Remember, and remember, for consideration, you have to have consideration on both sides. That's another error I see when people are writing essays a lot. They'll say, they'll identify consideration on one side and they forget about the consideration on the other. Each promise supports the other promise, and that's the glue that binds. You don't have a completed contract unless there's consideration on both sides. If consideration is missing for any reason, pre-existing duty of some kind maybe, then remember at that point, but only at that point, to look at estoppel. Never go to estoppel first. Estoppel can be a potent tool, but it is never the first line answer. If the contract's been formed at law, that's it, you're done. If it hasn't been formed at law, then you go to promissory estoppel, which can come up in several places. But as a substitute for consideration, that's what y'all learn in your first year contract class. And in an essay, that's what they're most likely to test. So what do you need? You need the promise, you need the reliance, you need the injustice in the form of reliance damages. And try as best you can in any essay that you're writing, element, 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 element. The more you structure your answer around the clear elements, the more points you're going to get. So promise is going to be the offer, the acceptance, something, one or the other. Remember, your reliance has to be both actual and reasonable. So you're going to use an objective standard to judge the reasonableness, and it's got to be something that the other party knew or should have known about for the reliance to be reasonable. And technically, although you see it kind of mushed in the cases, technically reliance means you've spent money, paid money to a third person rather than to the other party. But I will tell you that there are so many cases out there where that distinction isn't made as clearly as it should be. But you should kind of look for reliance in terms of payments to a third party. And then the injustice, of course, is that there's, depending on what remedy you're seeking. Sometimes with estoppel, you're just looking for money damages. It's easy, reliance damages. But sometimes you're looking for formation of the contract here, or as a statute of frauds exception, enforcement of the contract. Then you've got to show some kind of injustice that would happen if the contract is not formed or not enforced. And make that distinction if you're writing. It's an important distinction. Formation, offer, acceptance, consideration, no defenses like minority or other kinds of incapacity or fraud or mistake or anything like that. Enforcement is the statute of frauds, because with the statute of frauds, and I had one of my first year students in my office yesterday insisting that the contract is, something very weird about contract formation, and it's not formed until it's in writing. Not true. It's formed, and it's an agreement between the parties. It just can't be enforced in court if you don't have the writing. So again, a little bit of vocabulary, but that gets you extra points when you're writing an essay. Anything about basic formation before we look at defenses to formation? And remember, again, I'm not going into a lot of detail here, a whole lot of stuff I'm skipping over, because otherwise we could spend all day on contracts. And the idea of this session is to give you overviews on the subjects and then to answer specific questions that you might have. So, capacity. Florida loves to test minority, so be on the lookout. Oftentimes they won't tell you how old the kid is. They'll say a high school senior or a college freshman, something like that. So if it looks like the kid might be underage, then talk about capacity. Remembering also, usually people get this part right, the minor is the one who can raise the issue of capacity, not the other party. And of course, the minor can affirm within a reasonable time after reaching the age of majority. And if you have necessities, another thing to remember there, and goes for both parts of the exam equally, if a necessity, food, shelter, clothing, something like that is provided to the minor, then the minor is liable, but not on the contract. the minor is liable in quantum mero et quantum volebant for the value of what's been received, not on the contract itself. Measure could be the same, but vocabulary matters there. Mistake of fact. Make sure you distinguish between mutual mistake, which can be a defense, and unilateral mistake, which isn't a defense unless. So for mutual mistake, it's got to be something that goes to the essence of the bargain and both parties are mistaken. I always go back to Sherwood versus Walker with the cow, and both parties thought she was barren and she turned out to be fertile, and so the court said anyway she was a completely different animal because she was worth a lot more as a milk cow than she was for meat. So mutual mistake, defense to formation. It's as if the contract was never formed if there's a mutual mistake. If there's a unilateral mistake, not a defense to formation unless, under the traditional rule, the other party knew or should have known. Yes, ma'am?
And that makes the contract voidable, right? Not void.
Correct. Correct. Voidable by the party who was mistaken in that case, right? Absolutely correct. And little bits of vocabulary like that can really make a difference when you're writing an essay. Plus, honestly, in the multiple choice, they can too. Ambiguity, misunderstanding, not much to say there. That's Raffles versus Wickelhaus, the two ships peerless, and it's usually pretty easy to spot and deal with. Fraud. Make a distinction between fraud in the factum and fraud in the inducement. Across the board, whether it's contracts or it's property or it's wills and trusts, you want to distinguish between fraud in the factum and fraud in the inducement. Fraud in the factum, you don't know what you're signing. So you think that you're signing a receipt for dinner, and it turns out it's a promissory note for $100,000. Fraud in the factum. The writing is void. And again, pretty much across the board, whatever subject you're talking about. Fraud in the inducement, you know you're signing that promissory note, but there's been some fraud to get you to sign it, not a defense in a lot of areas. So be careful with the distinction between fraud in the factum and fraud in the inducement. Duress, not much to say about duress. If somebody holds a gun to your head, okay, you have a defense. The only other thing is to think about economic duress, which comes up from time to time. With economic duress, the other you have a party who withholds needed goods and there's no other way to get the goods. And then if you enter into the contract under those circumstances because, again, you need the goods and there's no other way to get them, then you may be able to assert duress, economic duress, under that circumstance. Undue influence, I think I'm going to save undue influence till we get to wills and trusts, unless anybody has a question right now. Illegality, any questions? Illegality is pretty straightforward. And then, of course, statute of frauds. Yes, sir.
What if there's like a question where like a minor fraudulently induces someone to sign something?
Good point. Because then if the minor uses fraud in representing the minor's age in Florida, the minor can't raise the minority.
So, but the other person can raise the fraud.
Could raise the fraud, yes. Okay. Correct. That's actually, it would make a good question, actually. Yeah, remember in Florida with minority, I wasn't really looking at Florida distinctions, but it is a place where there's a little bit of Florida law. So in Florida, if you're an emancipated minor, then you can't raise your minority. And even if you get married and then you get divorced, you're still emancipated. And fraud's a good point, too. If you are a minor and you misrepresent your age, again in Florida, you cannot use your age as a defense. Okay, statute of frauds. Just remember the categories, my legs, marriage, but it's got to be in contemplation of marriage, year. It's got to be a contract that there's no way that it can be performed within a year. And honestly, there are so many holes in that particular rule because courts don't like it that it's almost never the right answer. L for land, whether it's a contract for the sale of land or a deed or an easement or whatever, you need the writing. E is executors. They're not going to test it. Goods, $500 or more. Not more than $500, $500 or more. Easy to test the $500 contract, right? S, suretyship, promise to pay for the debt of another. So those are your basic categories. In Florida, we got a grab bag of stuff. Newspaper subscriptions, home sale, contracts, I didn't say that right, but contracts that you make at home, and also home renovation contracts. So take a look at that list. Although, honestly, I've never seen them test any of those. And, of course, they'll do it this time. But that's another place where you have some minor Florida distinctions. And, of course, Article 2. And so start with your basic statute of frauds. If there isn't a writing, then you're going to look at the exceptions. But what is it first that you need in the writing? We talked about that before. Article 2, you have to have quantity. The writing is not enforceable beyond quantity stated, period. End of story under Article 2. And, of course, has to be signed by the party against whom enforcement is sought. For other areas, it's those essential terms we talked about before. It's the same thing that you need in your offer, you need in your writing. And always, of course, signed by the party against whom it's being enforced. Exceptions to the statute of frauds. We'll start with the common law exceptions, part performance, and estoppel. Honestly, today, part performance and estoppel kind of run into each other. And they do even in the cases, but you should at least think about them separately. Part performance, you do something that is performance toward the contract. It usually comes up in the common law in terms of a contract for the sale of land. So I say you need part performance plus. You have to pay part or all of the purchase price. You have to take possession and do something, major improvements that wouldn't be made by a lessee or someone with a lesser interest in the property. And they do like to test that part, both multi-state and Florida. Estoppel, you're in section 129. Yeah, 129. Nope, 139. 129. Not that you need the numbers. Is part performance. You're back to the promise or the representation, because you could have estoppel based on a representation, equitable estoppel, the reliance, and the injustice in the form of reliance damages. Those are your common law exceptions. Article 2, what are your Article 2 exceptions? Start first with the merchant's exception, which of course says that if, and it's got to be as between merchants, so first of all, two merchants. When it comes to merchant rules under Article 2, you got to pay attention to whether both parties have to be merchants or just one party. Firm off or just the seller, right? Implied warranty of merchantability, just the seller. But for the merchant's exception to the statute of frauds, both parties have to be merchants. And if one party, within a reasonable time after they make the contract, if one party sends to the other a writing that is enforceable against the sender, so that's first part. What does it mean to be enforceable against the sender? Quantity, and it's signed by the sender. And if it's sent to the other party and the other party has reason to know of its contents, gets it, maybe doesn't read it but should have read it, then how long does that party have to respond? That's your 10-day rule. Don't confuse it with 2207, which I should have mentioned before. 10 days. And if the receiving party does not respond within 10 days, then the receiving party will be bound as if he, she, or it had signed the writing. So that's subpart 2 to 2201. Then you've got 3 exceptions in subpart 3. The first is specially manufactured goods. People usually remember that one. Second is an admission in court. And when we say admission in court, we mean in the broad sense. It can be in pleadings, it can be in depositions, anytime you admit to the contract. And that gets tested, because it's a kind of a broad thing that people forget about. And then your third, of course, is part performance under Article 2, up to the point of goods actually tendered or money actually paid. Now, what's missing from Article 3? Estoppel. And the jurisdictions are split on whether estoppel is a good exception to the statute of frauds under Article 2. Some say, well, it wasn't listed, so it's not available. And others say, well, it comes in through Article 1. which kind of says that you supplement Article 2 with common law principles. No Florida case on that particular point. It's something they have tested from time to time in the past. Now, sorry, I didn't talk about 2207. Anybody want me to talk about 2207? No? Okay, good. I mean, I can, but it's complicated, and sometimes it makes people a little nuts. So just remember it's there. Don't forget about it, but we'll move on. Parole evidence rule. It does get tested on both parts of the exam. So for the parole evidence rule, what do you need? Well, you have to have some kind of integration. What's an integration? It's a final written expression of the parties. Doesn't mean it is the final version of the contract. It's just something that looks complete enough. It may be one piece of paper, it may be several pieces of paper. And that's what integration means. You can integrate several contemporary pieces of paper. And the question is, can you prove anything outside that integration? So what you need to know, of course, is whether it's a total or a partial integration. If it's a total integration, you look for a merger clause. And it's going to say, it's the final written expression of the parties, and nothing outside this writing can be proved. If you have an integration clause so that you have a total integration, then, of course, the writing cannot be contradicted, as no writing can be contradicted by additional terms, but it also can't be supplemented by consistent additional terms. Although, caveat, you can interpret with various things, including Article 2 provisions, including case law. That's why I have parole evidence rule and interpretation together. Article 2 in 2202 kind of lumps them together. So don't forget that you can interpret with that outside stuff, but you can't supplement, which means you can't add a term, nor can you contradict, of course. If your writing is a partial integration, then you cannot contradict it, but you can supplement it. Now, timing on those additional terms is very important. We're talking about anything that comes before or possibly during, not anything that comes afterwards. Anything, whether it's writing or it's an oral something or other that comes after the contract has been formed, that's an issue of modification. If you have something that comes before or during the contract, that's when the parole evidence rule can come into play. So you cannot introduce evidence of prior written or oral agreements to contradict, or prior oral agreements to contradict. That contemporary writing, guess what? It's part of the integration. And remember again, total integration, you cannot supplement with even consistent additional terms. If it's a partial, you can supplement with consistent additional terms. And if you're talking about whether there's a contradiction, then you have to look really hard, try really hard, honestly, to find a contradiction in the case law. It's got to be black and white. They got to butt heads. And there's a test that I like that really works in this area, which is absence of reasonable harmony. Ask yourself, is there any way that you can read the two clauses together? And, you know, some of you, if you had the Calamari casebook, you had Nana Cooley out in Hawaii with the asphalt paving. Sounds remotely familiar. And there was price protection that wasn't written into the contract, but they always did price protect. What did the court say? It doesn't contradict, because it says price protection except in the following situations. Or, excuse me, posted price except in the following situations. So the court found a way to harmonize two seemingly different provisions. One final thing to remember, if you have defenses to formation, capacity, fraud, mistake, all those things we just talked about, they are outside the parole evidence rule. And so you can prove them because they are considered to be outside the rule. And that's an easy thing to test, particularly on the multi-state. Okay, interpretation, not much I'm going to say. Florida at least pretends like it follows the plain meaning rule, but then it never does. So what you want to do if you're writing an essay, or even if you're answering multiple choice, first thing you look at when you're interpreting a document, four corners, right? You look at the words first. And then, do you need extrinsic evidence? Traditional rule says you can't use extrinsic evidence if it's a patent ambiguity, but you can if it's a latent ambiguity. Florida always manages to find that latent ambiguity. And honestly, in a lot of jurisdictions today, following a lead from California, there's almost always a way to find more than one meaning in a word. And so Justice Traynor had a great example in a case you probably read in contracts. And so extrinsic evidence is almost always admissible for an ambiguity. All right, so after we choose our governing law and we form the contract and we consider defenses, then we talk about the performance, breach, excuse kind of phase. Performance is really important under Article 2. Not as important under the common law, but it's where you're going to talk about conditions, or where you're going to have to analyze conditions if it's common law. And notice that conditions are almost always discussed in the context of the common law, not Article 2. Because under Article 2, you've got the perfect tender rule, which changes the complexion. There's no perfect tender rule under the common law. Why? What's the difference? Under Article 2, if you get goods and you don't like them, you can give them back. Common law, if you get services and you don't like them, you can't give them back. So there's your big difference. Let's start with conditions. I don't want to go too far into conditions because it's hard and tends to make people confused. But if you're writing an essay about conditions, or even if you're analyzing MBE, you have two sets of three when it comes to conditions. So a little bit of vocabulary goes a long way here. You have express, implied, and constructive conditions. And you have conditions preceding, concurrent, and subsequent. So, express condition, it's written in the contract and it says it's an express condition. And you have to be really, really clear that it's an express condition, because Cardozo kind of screwed all that up in Jacob and Youngs versus Kent. So, even though it said Reading Pipe in the contract, he said, nah, it's not an express condition. So look for something that says this is an express condition of the contract. And if you have an express condition, it has to be performed completely, literally, totally, any one of those extreme terms that you might choose. You have to do exactly what you promised. An implied condition is one that's not written into the contract, but it's one you kind of imply from the circumstances. For example, if Tamar promises to paint my house and I promise to supply the paint. Implied condition precedent to her painting is that I give her the paint, right? So look for that kind of situation. An implied condition oftentimes is one that's necessary for the completion of the contract. Even though it's not stated, it just makes sense. Once again, an implied condition has to be completely, totally, absolutely performed. You have to do exactly what you're supposed to do. And then you have that constructive condition, which is imposed by the court, Cardozo, to do justice. And he said the Reading Pipe, hard to believe, but he said the Reading Pipe was a constructive condition. If you have a constructive condition, then all you need is substantial performance. Aha, which is what he was going for in Jacob and Youngs, because all of the different kinds of pipe, the 5 different kinds of pipe that were used in that area, were functional equivalents. And that substantial performance, by the way, when we get to breach, if you don't perform substantially, that's mirrored in a material breach. Now, your conditions can be preceding, concurrent, subsequent. There are very, very, very few true conditions subsequent in contract law. Obviously, you have them in property. When we get to property, if anybody really wants to talk about estates, I will, but probably nobody does. In contracts, though, the only time you're going to see a true condition subsequent is going to be in what's called an aleatory contract, like an insurance contract, something that's going to happen in the future. So if you look at your typical insurance contract, automobile insurance, for example, it says you're covered, and if you don't file a claim within such and such a time period, you lose your right to be reimbursed. So you've got the right, you lose it. That's what a condition subsequent does. But almost always that's going to be the wrong answer unless you have an insurance contract question. So be careful with that on the MBE in particular. Conditions that are precedent are conditions that have to obviously happen before the other person's duty ripens. So we go back to Tamara in the house painting. She's promised to paint my house, but I can't sue her for not painting my house unless and until I first fulfill the condition preceding, which is supplying her with the paint. Her duty to perform doesn't arise until that condition has been fulfilled. And you can have conditions preceding in two distinct situations, which you should look for both MBE and Florida. The first is a condition preceding to the formation of the agreement. And the second is a condition preceding within the context of the agreement. Now, our situation with the house painting, the supplying of the paint is just a condition precedent, not to formation, just to performance. Because we made the contract, and now I just have to come up with the paint. Look for contract for sale of land, for example, where the buyer is supposed to get mortgage first, exactly. Because you don't want to bind the buyer to a contract that the buyer can't afford. So the obtaining of mortgage within a reasonable time is a condition preceding to formation. Concurrent conditions, they happen at the same time. It actually gets tested from time to time. It usually happens in an informal situation, but it may be also true in a more formal situation. If you, for example, if you walk into a 7-Eleven and you're going to buy a Slurpee, and it's kind of who has to draw the gun first. You both have to do something to make the other person in breach, right? So concurrent conditions, they happen at the same time. If I'm buying the Slurpee from Priscilla, she's got to put the Slurpee down on the counter to make me in breach. If I don't pay for it, I got to put the money down to make her in breach if she doesn't give me the Slurpee. Questions on conditions? That's really so brief, but what can we do? Now, perfect. Oh, yeah, Tamara.
Would you talk about concurrent condition where a real estate transaction where, buyer comes with the money to close and then seller is required to hand over title?
Well, yes, in that sense. But however, a condition preceding to the seller, the buyer's duty to hand the money over, of course, is that the seller deliver marketable title on the closing date. But let's assume there was marketable title, then the exchange of the deed and the exchange of the money, yeah, that's probably concurrent. Okay, perfect tender rule under Article 2. Seller has to make perfect tender. If the seller doesn't make perfect tender, the buyer can accept the whole, reject the whole, accept part, and reject part. Commercial lots, when I say part. And you can reject for any teeny little thing you want to reject for, as long as you particularize. And a lot of this stuff I'm going to be talking about now, you probably didn't cover in your basic contracts class in your first year. So, vocabulary helps a lot here. You have to tell the seller about any defects that are curable, because you have to give the seller a chance to cure. And of course, cure, there are two time frames for cure. One is before the due date on the contract, and the other is after the due date. Before the due date, seller has an absolute right to cure. So if I send you blue pencils when you wanted red pencils, okay, you can reject the blue pencils, but if the due date isn't here, then I have the absolute right to come up with the red pencils. After the due date, If I had reason to believe that you would accept the blue pencils, then I get a seasonable, not reasonable, a seasonable time to cure. There's no difference, but that section does say seasonable time to cure, 2508 does. So remember, even after the due date, you can cure if you, the seller, had reason to believe that the buyer would accept the goods with or without, what's the word I'm looking for? Without an offset on the money due. And the seller can, within a seasonable, reasonable time, come up with the cure.
I had a question like that I did recently, and I got it wrong because the time for performance was there, and the buyer had received non-conforming goods, which puts them at a breach, and the seller said, he thought based on certain circumstances that he would have accepted it, and the buyer sued the seller, and the answer choice, one of the answer choice included saying that it was a breach, but seller had a reasonable time to cure, even though the time for performance had passed.
That's
I
25.
didn't realize
Yep.
that they would still have time.
That's 25008 too.
You remember? Yes. and
Okay,
The
yep.
toys with the
25.
sweaters.
Yep,
Is it-
25008
You
too.
thought that the buyer would accept this? The restaurant had all their colors in it?
Yeah, they gave us a lot of facts to show that the seller had
Yeah.
reason to believe that the buyer would have
See,
accepted.
and that's what you want to do when you are, and if you can't see her here, I'm going to sit down. I might stand later, but I'm going to sit for a while. If they give you a bunch of facts, you got to say, why are these facts here? They're telling me something, right? And those facts, right away, I say, yeah, 25008 too. They're telling me that the seller still has a seasonable time to cure. Really let the facts talk to you. Now, it helps to know the rules, because then you know what facts you're looking for, right? But don't just breeze by facts and say, oh, it's clutter. In the MBE portion of the exam, there's no clutter. Those facts are there for a real clear reason. Okay. There's no cure after the goods have been accepted under current Article 2, but let's talk about acceptance. Actually, I don't have that on the little checklist, but it's worth mentioning. We're talking now about acceptance in the performance phase. You've got offer and acceptance in the formation phase. Now you've got acceptance in the performance phase. So once the seller tenders the goods, the buyer can accept or reject, right? How does the buyer accept? The buyer can accept by saying, yes, thank you very much, signifying acceptance. The buyer can accept by failing to make a proper rejection. If you don't send the proper notice with the curable defects within, if you don't particularize is the language that it uses, that can be an acceptance. And the third one is if you use the goods in a manner that's inconsistent with the seller's ownership. There's a great case that I always used to teach. The seller sold potatoes to the buyer, and they were supposed to be baking potatoes. So you can put them in the oven and bake them, and they come out real nice. But these potatoes had hollow heart defect, which means, and it's a big hole in the potato. If you put it in the oven with the hollow heart defect, explodes. So the buyer said, well, I don't want these potatoes. I can't sell them because they're not baking potatoes. But instead of holding them for the seller, which the buyer could have done, pending reasonable instructions from the seller, or sending them back to the seller, or storing them, or whatever, the buyer riced them, turned them into potato flakes. You know, like when you buy instant mashed potatoes. Acceptance. Because the buyer did something inconsistent with the seller's ownership. Prospective inability to perform an anticipatory repudiation, really important, both parts of the exam. And here the rules are virtually identical, fortunately, whether you're talking about common law or Article 2. They go hand in hand. Prospective inability generally comes first and then anticipatory repudiation. For prospective inability, what you need is two things. First, you have to have some kind of equivocal, no, I don't know, maybe I can't perform, or you hear from somebody else that the seller can't, or the other party can't perform. And the contract has to be executory, at least as to the non-breaching party, which means if you're the one who's trying to sue, you have something left to do. And if there is prospective inability, you're afraid the other party isn't going to perform, buyer or seller, then that's when you demand reasonable assurances. You make your demand in writing under Article 2. It doesn't necessarily have to be in writing under the common law. And under Article 2, the other party gets 30 days to respond with the assurances and show you, yes, I can perform. If those assurances aren't provided, then the other party, the non-breaching party, can treat the failure to provide the assurances as an anticipatory repudiation and move on to the remedies for anticipatory repudiation. In the absence of that demand for reasonable assurances, when do you have anticipatory repudiation? You need, number one, that unequivocal, no, I will not perform on the due date. And significantly, the contract has to be executory on both sides. And that's where they'll get you, particularly on the MBE portion of the exam. If the non-breaching party has already performed, then he or she has to wait till the due date. Priscilla.
For anticipatory repudiation, it could be unequivocal language and it could be unequivocal conduct, like if you
Yes.
went ahead and sold it to somebody
Correct.
else.
Yes. And when I say unequivocal, no, it's either words or conduct. Absolutely correct. When it's clear that the so-called breaching party cannot perform. And then, of course, if it is clear, or to be on the safe side, you demanded your assurances and they weren't given, then you can proceed to the 4 remedies that are provided. The non-breaching party can treat the repudiation or the failure to provide the assurances as a material breach and sue immediately. The non-breaching party can suspend performance and wait for the due date. The non-breaching party can treat the failure to provide assurances or the anticipatory repudiation as an offer to rescind the contract and walk away, or the non-breaching party can ignore the repudiation and urge the breaching party to perform. And that last one sounds kind of stupid, but if you really need the goods, that's probably what you need to do, right?
What did you said it had to be executory on both sides?
Something left to perform on both sides, and they love to get you on that particular point on the MBE. So, for example, suppose that I have a contract to sell a case of Coca-Cola to you, and I promise to deliver the case to you next Monday when you're in Tampa, and you promise to pay me I don't even know, I don't usually buy Coke, what a case of Coke costs. $5, okay? $5 on the Friday following. Okay, at this point in time, the contract's executory on both sides, because I don't have to deliver yet. I'm going to deliver next Monday, and it's executory on your side because you don't have to pay till the following Friday. Now, if I say tomorrow, you know what, Tamar, nah, not going to do it. I'm not going to deliver the cans of Coke to you next Monday. Contract's still executory on your side, right? And so you can then use any of those 4 remedies, right? But now let's change the facts a little bit. Suppose that I deliver the case of Coke to you next Monday, and then when I deliver it to you, you say, yeah, well, I don't have the cash. I'm not going to pay you on Friday. I've already performed. The contract is no longer executory on my side. And so even though you've told me in advance that you're not going to perform, I have to wait all the way until Friday to sue you. Because you could change your mind or whatever, okay? And remember, of course, while the non-breaching party is trying to figure out what to do, the breaching party can always retract the repudiation, right?
This evening, if let's say the person were to say the opposite, I'm not going to be able to perform because I'm insolvent. Then you could treat the fact that they're insolvent. Then you could go ahead and treat it as you don't have to wait till the time lapses. You could done it then and there, treat it as an anticipatory repudiation.
Well, not if I've already delivered. If she says she's insolvent, I have no money, it's an anticipatory repudiation if she's saying now I can't pay you then. But I can't sue right away if I already delivered the case of Coke. I have to have, here's the reason why. If I haven't delivered the case of Coke yet, then I'm going to be prejudiced if I have to continue to perform under the contract. And so I get all those 4 remedies right away. But if I've already performed, I don't lose anything by waiting until the due date to sue. I already lost something. The whole point with anticipatory repudiation is to prevent a further loss.
What was the situation where the seller finds out that the buyer is likely to not be able to pay?
That's prospective inability. And then what you have to do is demand reasonable assurances.
Reasonable assurance. And then if they say that they're going to pay cash, then is there a difference there?
Depends on what the contract called for, and it depends on whether that's a reasonable assurance. It might be. That's a factual call. Any other questions? Because this is an important point, tested a lot on both parts of the exam. Okay, breach. A number of things to talk about with breach, in addition to anticipatory repudiation, which of course is a form of breach. You breach the contract if you don't perform as you're supposed to. Why not do that? Okay, there we go. You can have a material breach or you can have a minor breach. A material breach is one, once again, that goes to the essence of a contract. If there is a material breach, the non-breaching party can suspend performance and can sue. If it's a minor breach, the non-breaching party can sue but has to continue to perform. So you want to make sure you identify whether it's a material breach or a minor breach. Where does that usually come up? Construction contracts. Okay? With a construction contract, there's a fairly clear 90% rule. Substantial performance amounts to 90% or more done on the construction project. Now, where does that oftentimes come up in the context of an act of God? So suppose that I promise to build a new building for William, and I get it built, and then a hurricane comes along and knocks it down. Well, if it's new construction, I have to build it again. Period. End of story. However, if I make a promise to repair the roof on his existing structure and the hurricane comes along, then the question is, do I get paid? That's where we want to know, did I substantially perform? If I substantially perform, 90% or more, I get paid. With a deduction, of course, for any loss that he might have suffered from my failure to complete performance. Measured a lot of different ways, so I'm not going to go into those unless somebody has a burning desire to talk about it. I'm sorry?
We saw that exact thing yesterday, and it drove me crazy. And like, one was a new construction and one was a renovation, and the measure of damages was so different.
Yep. Yeah.
I have a question for you guys. If it is a new construction and it does get destroyed and you have to rebuild again, you as the builder cannot ask for additional money to build again.
You bear the risk of loss. And so, unless, somebody said modification. Obviously, you can attempt, but you can't demand. And with the modification, remember with the modification, whether it's under, didn't talk about it because it's usually pretty simple, but whether it's under Article 2 or the common law, the parties have to agree. I see a lot of people trying to enforce a unilateral modification. Parties have to agree. The only difference, of course, is do you need new consideration, which you do under the common law, but not under Article 2.
So in terms of this risk of loss, again, if it's new construction, it's on the contractor's shoulders. If it's old, it's on the owner's shoulders.
And once again, as long as the builder has substantially performed. Yes. So you can't get paid if you haven't substantially performed, even if it's construction on an existing structure. And as I said, the measures they're different. Sometimes you take the difference between the value as promised and the value as received. Sometimes you use quantum Merowit. There are a lot of different measures that can be used in that area. But the thing for you to focus on is how much is done, has been completed before it's destroyed. Now, in addition to those issues on breach, before I look at risk of loss, although it's a little bit of a side trip, don't forget about installment contracts, right? What do you want to remember there? Of course, an installment contract is a contract that it has performance spread out over a period of time. I'm going to deliver, if we go back to the case of Coke, I'm going to deliver a case of Coke every month to Tamar on the 15th of the month or whatever date. That's an installment contract. And the key is if there's a breach as to one installment, the question is, does that excuse the non-breaching party? Depends on the nature of the breach. If that breach goes to the entire contract, then it excuses the non-breaching party. But if it's just a breach as to that one installment, then the non-breaching party has to continue to perform for the other installments. So if it's just she doesn't get to drink Coke this month, doesn't go the entire contract. If, on the other hand, she's got, I'm delivering bricks to her and she's building a building, and if I don't deliver the first installment of bricks to her, the building doesn't get done on time, and then she's got damages, then that breach goes to the entire agreement, and then she can refuse to pay.
They went with cans of paint, and that was, and they said they screwed up the first order of the cans of paint, and then the buyer was saying that it was so bad that he thought he didn't trust them anymore. He thought that now his
That's different.
That his customers are going to come, and he didn't like it, but then that his customer's not going to come and shop there anymore and all this kind of stuff. But they said that he was still bound to the second installment of.
Right. Well, right, because it's kind of like the Coke. He didn't. He had fears about his customers, but he could continue to sell and keep his business open. What he should have done in that case, of course, is demand reasonable assurances. That's something he could have done. Now, risk of loss. In addition to the issue with the construction contracts I just mentioned, under Article 2, first of all, the parties can allocate the risk of loss. And where does it oftentimes come up? In transit. And so we're going to look at the in-transit risk of loss first, and then we'll talk about risk of loss in the context of impossibility, impracticability, and frustration of purpose. In the in-transit phase, the delivery phase under Article 2, if the parties haven't agreed on who bears the risk of loss, then you have to ask yourself, is it a carrier case or a non-carrier case or a warehouse case? Because there are three areas for risk of loss. If it's a carrier case, which is the usual case, the seller hires a third party to deliver the goods, and the goods are destroyed in transit. Then you need to know what kind of contract you have. Is it a shipment or a destination contract? Shipment contract is the norm, and it's like FOB, seller's place of business. If it's a shipment contract, as soon as the seller puts the goods on the carrier, the risk of loss shifts to the buyer. If it's a destination contract, which is the exception, not the rule, then it's going to say FOB, buyer's place of business, or something like that. If it is truly a destination contract, again, the exception, not the rule, then the risk of loss stays on the seller until the goods are delivered to the buyer. If it's a non-carrier case, if the seller is using its own trucks, then the risk is going to remain on the seller until the goods get to the buyer. Warehouse case, if the goods are stored in a warehouse and they're just transferred by a book transfer, there's a good case involving spare ribs that are stored in a warehouse, and the seller was selling the ribs to the buyer. They were supposed to make a book transfer, and then somewhere along the line the warehouse went up in smoke and you got really barbecued ribs. Who bore the risk of loss? It's a very interesting opinion by Posner. The Article 2, as it's currently written, says on notice, but doesn't say notice to whom. And so Posner correctly interpreted the provision to mean notice to the buyer, because the buyer has to know when the book transfer has been made, so then the buyer knows that the buyer has the risk of loss.
What's the, not the definition, but what's the, when you have these FOB seller, FOB buyer, what's the, is it possession? Once the carrier's in possession of it, then the seller is no longer liable.
FOB is your typical term, and free on board is what FOB means. So it means that the seller actually puts the goods on the carrier. There's something FOA, free alongside, that you use sometimes with ships. And there, as soon as the seller puts the goods on the dock next to the ship, the risk shifts. So you have to look at the...
Okay, and then so what happens if it's an FOB or a destination contract, and there's a problem when the seller's coming to the buyer's location, and something happens at the buyer's warehouse, and
Well, right. It's once the goods reach the destination. So they're going to reach the destination when they're tendered. So remember, it's not on the seller's truck, so it's going to be this independent carrier. The independent carrier drives up to the door and says, "Here I am." That's when the risk of loss should shift.
But I'm saying for destination where the
that's a not. You're talking about a non-carrier case.
Yeah.
That's different. Okay. Non-carrier case, it depends if your, make sure I get this rule right. If your buyer is a merchant, then the risk shifts on tender. If your buyer is a non-merchant, the risk doesn't shift until the buyer actually takes possession of the goods.
Okay, and then, so tender's where you can leave it in the back.
Yeah.
And they come pick it up if they're a merchant.
Right.
But if it's a non-merchant, you actually have to hand them.
Yep. Exactly right. Yeah. And, with merchants, notice that I don't put a lot of emphasis on merchants. What I would not do, especially for those of you who are going to be taking the Florida portion if you're writing essays, after your governing law, don't go right to merchant status. Some people do, but it's not particularly helpful. Talk about merchant status only when it's relevant, and here it might be relevant. But don't clutter up the beginning of your answer with a discussion of merchant status. Wait until you get to the point where it matters. And of course, your merchant is someone who deals in goods of the kind. That's a goods merchant, or holds him or herself out as having special skill or judgment in the trade. That's your practices merchant. Okay, now, risk of loss in the context of excuse from performance. They love to test at both parts of the exam. So we're talking about impossibility, impracticability, frustration of purpose. All under the umbrella of impracticability when it comes to Article 2. Article 2 in 2615 uses that big term to describe all three, but you should deal with them as three related but distinct concepts. Impossibility and impracticability are excuses used by the seller under Article 2 or the party who has the duty to perform some kind of something, do something under the common law. Frustration of purpose is the excuse used by the buyer under Article 2 or the person receiving the services under the common law. Whether you're talking about impossibility, impracticability, or frustration of purpose, there's a four-step process that you go through. First step is you look for a contractual reallocation of the risk, which means a force majeure clause. The parties have something in their contract that says who bears the risk of loss if you have a flood or a riot or a union work stoppage or something, whatever it is. If there is no contractual reallocation, then you go on to the next three steps. And then you look for some kind of event that goes to the essence of the agreement, without which the agreement wouldn't have been made. And it's either unforeseen or unforeseeable. And honestly, I go back and forth on which word I think is better because the authorities don't agree on which is better. So use whichever one you like, unforeseen, unforeseeable. But something has to happen that the parties didn't anticipate that goes to the essence of the agreement. There's a question from some bars back that some of you may have done involving sale of strawberries, and there was a hard freeze in Plant City in January, February, I can't remember which month. So the seller says, hey, my strawberries froze. And for years I said, well, hey, it's Florida. That's got to be an unforeseen event or unforeseeable event. Until I had somebody say, well, you know, I grew up just outside of Plant City, and you'd be surprised how often it freezes up there. Well, hey, you know, those of us who come from other places would never have known that, but whoever wrote the question did. So put it within the context. Should somebody have been able to figure out that that event, whatever it is, might happen? If you could have foreseen the event, then you can't use it as an excuse. So if you have that unforeseeable event, then it has to make performance impossible, impracticable, or it has to frustrate the purpose of the contract. Impossibility has to be objective impossibility, which means nobody can perform. And how do they get you? MBE, Florida portion. Go back to the strawberries. If it's a contract for the sale of strawberries, I can't get them anywhere. Not that my crop froze, but I can't get them anywhere. If I can't get them anywhere, it's objective impossibility. So look for destruction of the subject matter or death of the promisor. Those are the two biggies for impossibility. Now, I can take that, what looks like subjective impossibility, my strawberry crop froze, and turn it into objective impossibility by promising to deliver strawberries from my strawberry patch. But absent that objective impossibility, you can't use impossibility as an excuse. Impracticability, look for two things. And number one, by the way, impracticability is terrifically difficult to prove. Just almost impossible to prove. Because you have to show that it has become extremely difficult financially. When I say extremely difficult, first restatement said a tenfold increase in price. Tripling of the price apparently isn't enough. There are a bunch of cases involving the closing of the Suez Canal that say, you know, if you have to pay 2-3 times, too bad, you have to pay. But, you know, huge increase in price, tenfold, coupled with risk to person or property. And that's that Alaska case with the refacing of the dam, where they agreed that they were going to carry the rock across the frozen lake. But every time they tried to cross the frozen lake with the rock, the ice broke and the trucks fell through. They lost trucks. Eventually somebody got killed. Impracticability. It was extremely expensive to go all the way around the lake in very rugged terrain, and it was extremely dangerous to either keep going across the lake or to go around through the rugged terrain. That's impracticability. Frustration of purpose, all you have to remember is Krell versus Henry, the coronation case. And the king got appendicitis. The guy had let a flat for the day for the sole purpose of viewing the procession. Procession didn't take place. That's frustration of purpose. Because could he pay the money? Could he take it out of his pocket and pay the money? Yeah, but the whole point was to see the procession, which wasn't taking place. So you need that event. It has to be unforeseen, unforeseeable, go to the essence of the contract, and then has to make performance impossible or impracticable or frustrate purpose. And one final point, that event that doesn't happen, it can't be through your own fault. If you're seeking an excuse, you can't cause the problem. Any questions on any of that? Warranties. Anyone want to talk about warranties? Okay. No? Okay. You're good? All right. We talked about...
That's
oh.
the one, warranties in terms of the express and
Mhm.
just like is it the same warranties we use for like products?
Mhm.
Liability?
Yep,
Okay.
it is. Absolutely correct. So express warranty, it's an affirmation of fact that becomes part of the basis of the bargain. Real simple. And your implied warranties, merchantability, and fitness for a particular purpose. Same warranties. Yep. Okay, remedies. Finally, we get to Vanessa's question. Now, measures of damages. And you want to distinguish between common law and Article 2. So remember, however, you got three basic kinds of measures in contracts. You got expectation damages, reliance damages, and restitutionary damages. Expectation damages, that's your classic measure. You put the non-breaching party where he or she would have been if the contract had been performed. So you're always moving forward with expectation damages. With reliance damages and restitutionary damages, you're going back to square one. Reliance damages, as I mentioned, it's your out-of-pocket that you pay to somebody else other than the breaching party. And reliance damages should never exceed expectation damages, so be careful with that. Multiple choice in particular. That's the Red Owl versus Hoffman case that you may have had in your contracts class. Restitutionary damages, the breaching party has been unjustly enriched by retaining a deposit, a down payment on a contract, or through quantum merit, quantum volabant, receiving something for which he or she didn't pay. The difference is your restitutionary damages can, and oftentimes do, or not oftentimes, but sometimes do exceed expectation damages. So there's no cap on restitution. There is a cap on reliance. When you get to expectation damages, let's look at those in particular. Vanessa's question dealt with consequential damages. And consequential damages are damages that flow indirectly from the breach. They have to be foreseeable. That's Hadley versus Baxendale. Unavoidable. That's your mitigation factor. And ascertainable. You have to be able to put a dollar figure on them. I see a lot of people automatically jumping to a mitigation requirement. The seller must resell. The buyer must cover. No. You don't have to. Under Article 2, you do not have to mitigate except when it comes to consequential damages. You can choose to resell, you can choose to cover, but you don't have to. So remember, mitigation is essential when it comes to consequential damages. And mitigation may be important too in employment contracts. Because if your employee is trying to recover the full contract price, then the employee, of course, has a duty to try to mitigate by getting alternative employment. But outside that context, mitigation isn't as important as people oftentimes make it.
I have a question for remedies. So reformation is a kind of remedy, right?
It is a kind of remedy. Yep, it's a non-monetary, but it's a type of remedy where you, in effect, rewrite the contract to meet the party's intent. And of course, remember, your remedies, money damages, reformation, rescission is a remedy where you tear the contract up and go back to square one, and a specific performance is another remedy as well.
So in the event that my options are getting reliance damages, or if the contract would have gone through, I would have gotten like a higher money award, would I want to seek reformation because I'm going to get more money that way?
No, you just enforce the contract, if I'm understanding your question. If your expectation measure is higher than your reliance damages, then you just go for expectation. The non-breaching party is in the driver's seat. You can request whatever remedy best suits you, and particularly under Article 2. Remedies under Article 2 are cumulative, which means you get to pick and choose. Really important. You're not forced into resale or cover.
Sorry, since you mentioned it, I did a multiple choice that I got wrong, and I don't remember the answer. I'm going to just bring it to you. So you had a teacher who had an employment contract for a year. She was making $10,000. Let's just say they ended up firing her, but they offered her another job that paid $5,000. She didn't take the $5,000 job. She took a job somewhere else that was paying her $3,000. What happens in that scenario as far as what she gets?
You have to, when you mitigate in that circumstance, when you're talking about employment, you have to take, you're forced to take, I don't say you have to take, you would be required to take a comparable job, right? And so your mitigation would be measured by the comparable jobs that are out there. If you don't take a comparable job, then it's not necessarily mitigation. And the key there is, could you do both jobs? That's usually what they test, because if you, the example I like to use is, suppose you take your teacher, she takes a job at McDonald's and works the night shift. She could still teach and get the job at McDonald's, and so it's not going to be counted against her, right? And remember, also with mitigation, it's usually the breaching party who has the burden of proof on mitigation, except in certain circumstances. If you have someone who knows the market better, landlord-tenant, guess what? When it comes to mitigation in terms of reletting premises that have been abandoned by a tenant, the landlord usually bears the burden on mitigation, because if there is even a mitigation requirement, because the landlord knows the market better than the tenant. Okay, Article 2, back to Vanessa, did that answer your question? Or was it more under Article 2, when can a seller get consequential damage? Okay, so let's, we'll go to Article 2. Common law, we talked about the most important stuff there. You want to distinguish under Article 2 between seller and buyer remedies, because they're different and the vocabulary is different, and for MBE purposes, they love to trip you up on the vocabulary. The seller resells, the buyer covers. Don't mix and match. If you see an answer choice that says that the buyer resells or the seller covers is what you usually see. Wrong. So, seller remedies. You start out with the basic measure, which is the difference between the contract price and the resale price. It's the preferred remedy, but it is not required. So, and remember, with all of your measures under Article 2, it's the difference between something and something, contract price, resale price, plus something, less something. It's a formula. Somewhere in here I pulled those slides up, so let me show you. There we go. So here's your basic formula. Difference between contract price and something, cover, resale price, market price. It's your general damages plus, and notice I have consequential damages in parentheses, there's a reason, and then less something, your expenses saved, and that's your total recovery. For a seller, except when you're a lost volume seller, under current Article 2, the seller doesn't get consequential damages. Lost volume seller, again, is the exception. That's where you can make 2 sales instead of 1. Why doesn't the seller get consequential damages? Buyer always does, if the buyer can prove, of course. Seller doesn't normally get consequential damages because consequential damages usually represent lost profits. And the seller should have built the profit into the contract price to begin with. So if you gave the seller difference between the contract price and the resale price, for example, and then you gave the seller consequential damages on top of it, you would be giving the seller a windfall, which you're not supposed to do. So, what are your incidental damages? Those are damages that flow directly from the breach. If you have to store the goods because the buyer didn't take them, or re-advertise, or something like that. Consequential damages, again, flow indirectly from the breach. In the context of Article 2, usually you're talking about lost profits. But you could have, and it comes up more often than the common law, but could come up under Article 2 as well, mortgage payments in particular. If you have not necessarily interest, but principal, payments on the principal, could, in the appropriate circumstance, be a recoverable consequential damage in the common law. So say you've got a seller of a house. The buyer breaches. Now the seller still has the house and has to keep paying the mortgage because the buyer breached. That could be, in that context, a recoverable consequential damage if, of course, the buyer knew that the seller had a mortgage, which the buyer probably will know because that balance sheet for closing is going to show that the proceeds from the sale are going to go to retire the mortgage. So that's when you might see consequential damages for the seller. That kind of situation, or the lost volume seller under Article 2.
When you say lost volume seller, when they use unlimited supply, that's lost volume seller?
Yeah.
As opposed to limited supply?
Yeah, and you know, I'll tell you what it's supposed to be. I'm going to show you a little slide because I pulled that one out. Here we go. And then I'll tell you what happens in reality. So your lost volume seller, four things. 3, sometimes 4. That unlimited supply of standard price goods, your widgets. It's what you're looking for there. So it means you can make 2 sales and not just 1. And some courts say you have to have been capable of making a profit on the second sale. But there's a case that I used to teach involving MRI machines, which I would certainly not see as a standard price good. And yet the court found the seller to be a lost volume seller in that situation, because they were able to prove that they could have sold 2 MRI machines instead of 1. I think that's really pushing things to the limit. I like to use safety pins when I do that example. Safety pins, widgets, screws, screwdrivers, interchangeable, fungible goods is what you really want to look for. So with your remedies for Article 2, again, for the seller, your basic measure, difference between contract price and the resale price. But remember also that that's called resale. You've got hypothetical resale, which is the difference between the contract price and the market price at the time and place for tender, 27081. And then you use 27082, which does give the seller lost profits if the measure under 27081 is inadequate. When is it inadequate? When you have a lost volume seller. And then you have the action for the price under 2709 if the buyer takes the goods and doesn't pay for them, or if they're specially manufactured goods and the seller can't unload them. Then the seller can sue for the price, which is a form of a forced sale. Because if the seller gets the price, then the buyer gets the goods, even if he doesn't want them. For the buyer, your 2 basic measures, cover and hypothetical cover. Cover, difference between contract price and the cover price. And then hypothetical cover, difference between contract price and the market price at the time the buyer learns of the breach. So they like to test that distinction as well. And of course, the buyer can get specific performance if the goods are unique or in other proper circumstances. The other proper circumstances, look for outputs, requirements, contracts. That's where specific performance is oftentimes granted. I could, but I won't unless you ask questions, talk about third-party beneficiaries, assignments, delegations. Do we want to go down that path? Any burning questions? The reason I say I could, but not unless you have questions, that takes a long time. Anybody want to go there? Okay. Any other contracts questions? We spent quite a bit of time on contracts. All right. Normally I go in alphabetical order. Let me ask you. I'm going to kind of set some things for the back burner, in the interest of time. Does anybody have anything in particular that you want to ask about criminal procedure? The reason that I kind of put that one aside, because it's the most self-explanatory, right? Anybody, and honestly, most people can usually handle criminal procedure. You're talking about Articles 4, 5, Amendments 4, 5, and a little bit of 6, right? Yes, sir, right?
I have a specific question.
Okay.
Under Article 4.
Amendment 4. I said article, but because I'm thinking contracts. Amendment 4.
And the automobile exception. In a case where a police officer stops somebody on a charge and takes a guy out of the car, and 2 scenarios. One, the person is put in back of a police car.
Yeah.
And another one, he's standing next to the police car.
Yep.
What's the difference what a policeman can do in terms of searching
Okay.
the automobile or the person?
You want to answer it, or you?
I think so.
Okay, good.
All right.
Fire away. I like it. And yeah, go.
So if the person's in the back of the police car, then the police officer has no right to go search the car.
Search incident to an arrest.
Well, okay, so he's lawfully arrested. He puts him
Okay.
in the back of the car.
You want to make that
The
distinction.
policeman cannot go then search the car. But if the guy's like, if he just pulls him out of the car, like a traffic stop, and he asks the guy to get out of the car, and the guy's not cuffed, he's just standing there, he can then go in and search the car for, I believe it's for anything to prove why he pulled him over, or just...
Yeah, right. You're kind of blending. So, okay, we got to be careful. If the guy's standing by the car, then we're talking about wingspan, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, because the search incident to arrest. Now, you have a different rule when you're talking about the automobile exception, right? Because then you're looking for fruits, instrumentalities, or evidence of a crime. Then you're not restricted by where the driver is. Then you're looking for stuff, and you can look any place in the car where that stuff might be.
So in this case, the policeman pulls him over for a broken taillight. And he smells marijuana in the car. Gets the guy out of the car. No, I don't have anything. Can I search your car? He said, yes. Can he go into the trunk of the car?
Oh, well, then now
Yes.
that's a consent. And the question is the scope of the consent.
And the container in the trunk. And the whole
If
thing, I got
he just says
confused.
yes, you can look at anything.
If he says no,
Then you don't have consent. Then you have, if you have an automobile exception search, then you can look any place where what you're looking for could be.
okay.
Right? Now, and one of the things to remember with searches, remember the reason for the search and who's doing the search, because that can become important too. For example, if you have a border cop doing a search, what is the border cop authorized to search for? Is the border cop authorized to search for illegal aliens? Then you can look for any place where you can find the aliens, but you can't look in the containers unless they're aliens from outer space and they're really little and they fit in the container, right? But if your border search is for contraband, then you can look anywhere in the automobile where the contraband is for. So know who's making the search and what they're searching for and the circumstances under which the stop has been made. Important.
But I thought that when a border search was at issue, because it's a border search and you really pretty much don't have any expectation of privacy in a border search, they can pretty much disassemble their car if they wanted to, or they have to actually have an objective.
You have to know what they're authorized to look for, and they'll tell you that in the question.
They changed it recently. There was a change about it's just reasonable suspicion now that.
Well, that's a different issue. Reasonable suspicion for a border search is what you're saying. Yeah, but you still have to know what they're authorized to look for. So what you're talking about, Tamara, is correct, but you still have to know, is this person authorized to look for aliens only? Is this person authorized to look for contraband only? It really makes a difference because the scope of their search is limited to a certain extent by what they can look for, what they're allowed to look for.
Are checkpoints not constitutional, or can it be standardized?
Oh, it depends. Depends on the checkpoints. Let's see if I can reconstruct fact situations. With a checkpoint, if what they're doing is stopping randomly, or every fifth car or whatever, then they can stop. But what do they have to be stopping for?
Protection of the
Okay, traffic, protection of the highways. They can't be looking for drugs, and that was I remember the name of the case from Indianapolis. They cannot set up the checkpoint and look for illegal drugs because it doesn't affect safety of the highway. And is it Edmonds? I don't know. It's an Indianapolis case. That's all I remember. You don't need case names.
I don't know if Barbie does some of these questions to try and really mess with you or something, but they would have one where the guy has an arrest warrant, the cop has an arrest warrant, goes to the house and the wife is there, the guy's not home, and he says, well listen, I have an arrest warrant, he's not here, but I hear he has drugs in the home, do you mind if I look around a little bit? And she says, yeah, you can look around a little bit, and then they get into detail about, he goes, through the living room, past the kitchen, into the master bedroom, into the closet, opens up the closet and finds
Yeah,
drugs.
I've seen that question.
And then
Yeah.
it's like, is that within the? And then so I answer, well, that's not within the scope of, search. But then that's wrong. No, that was within the scope
Well,
because
right.
it's for drugs. Because that's
She
what
consented to it. Yeah. What she consented to.
But-
Yeah. Anything that's a common area or anything that she has the authority to consent to in terms of the search. And, variation on the theme is the roommate with the locked door on the bedroom.
Right.
Honestly, when it comes to those questions, the good news is on the actual exam, they will take those questions right out of real cases. So go back in your outlines and kind of review the case capsules that are in your outlines, whichever commercial course you're taking. They have a lot of case capsules in this area and in the con law area. They will not make up fact situations on the actual bar, because if they do, they won't know for sure what the right answer is. When you have a real case and you have a Supreme Court holding, then they know what the right answer is. And the right answer on the exam will come right out of that holding.
I was just going to say, unfortunately, I didn't pass the last time I took it, but there were two cases that jumped out at me automatically. The Christian burial case was on the
Okay.
MP in July, and there was another one, but she's right. Like, actually knowing some cases actually help.
But-
The Restica case for torts with
I saw
Yeah.
that was
Uh-huh,
thrown
yeah.
off the roof. That was
right
the
in
case
there.
on the MB
Yeah.
last time.
I promise you, because that's how they draft questions. Quite frankly, in all of the MBE subjects, most of the time they're using cases. I see it especially in torts. I don't know why, but I can recognize almost all of the cases that are in the questions in torts, and to a great extent in the other subjects as well. But I promise you, when it comes to crim pro and constitutional law, they will not make up stuff. Some of your professors in law school and the commercial courses to a certain extent will try to push the envelope. They do not push the envelope on the actual MBE part of the exam. Cases with real holdings, that's how they get their right answers, for better or for worse on that area. Anything else, though, you want to ask in Crim Pro, since we're there? Good? Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's go out in alphabetical order, only because Vanessa asked and Frank asked property. Now, we could be here all day on property, so I'm going to go to the things they asked about, mention a few other things. Any area that you want me to spend some time on, I will in property, but a lot of stuff you probably don't want me to. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, real quick for Pro.
Yeah.
The Fifth and Sixth Amendment for the Miranda.
Yeah.
The Miranda warnings. Can you just maybe just
Well,
finish that for me?
Miranda's Fifth Amendment, right?
Right, Miranda's
okay.
Fifth Amendment.
That's when you have the custodial interrogation.
Right.
So you got to be in custody and you have to be interrogated.
Right.
And it's not offense specific. But when you're talking about Sixth Amendment critical stages, then it's always offense specific. And the best thing to do for those critical stages under the Sixth Amendment, whatever commercial course you're doing, they have a list of cases again. And so your pretrial lineup is not a critical stage, but your post-trial lineup is. A brief recess during trial is not, but an overnight recess is. Look for those types of situations. And remembering, again, the difference between offense-specific and non-offense-specific. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. Anything else? Going once? Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead.
I tend to get things wrong. Guys already locked up in jail. They think he did something else. The whole informant.
That's
in
kind of
jail
like
type of
what
thing.
Yeah.
we were touching on.
Gets me every time.
Okay. Are you saying can they ask?
Because
Yeah.
I mean, I did a multiple choice too, and they were like, one of the answer choices was, well, they didn't give him Miranda rights. Well, clearly he's already in jail, so that wouldn't be it. I guess I just.
Well,
It's a situation where he invokes his right to remain silent, and they send him in jail,
Yeah.
and then they get an informant, and they
Right.
get the informant
Right.
like, hey, go in there and get some information out of there.
Yeah.
So then they'll say they spend like some time in jail together or whatever,
Yeah.
and then it'll be like who initiates the conversation
Yep.
or what kind of question was asked as to whether it was
Yeah.
like admissible.
Well, and that's exactly it right there, right? It depends on the facts, and you have to go back to the cases. And if they're just kind of chatting, then there's no interrogation. The key really is the interrogation there and how much time has elapsed.
There's also whether he was charged with a crime. Is that the one you're talking about? Like the answer was like he wasn't charged yet. So
Well, if he hasn't been charged yet, there's no Sixth Amendment right then.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I
So
thought,
Oh.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, so the fact that the police officers actually sent somebody in there does not matter.
Not necessarily. Yeah.
because I thought the reasoning behind it is if you're talking to somebody that's an informant and it's not just like the police, the threat of feeling like you have to answer the question is not there. So that's why it's
Absolutely.
It's treated like since there's no like kind of like police threat or anything of that you feel like really when you're talking to the person.
It's got to be an interrogation, and in that situation, it's not an interrogation. And remember the unreliable ear, right? Because you take the risk that whoever you're talking to is not going to be someone who'll keep your confidence. So that's, I think, is what you're asking about there, yeah? Okay. Anything else, Crim Pro? Okay, property. Unless someone wants to talk about estates and future interests, which you know I love, I'm skipping it, all right? You know, enough said. Landlord-tenant. Does anybody have anything you want to ask about landlord-tenant? The reason I'm going to kind of skip it is because it's self-explanatory too. They do love to test it on both parts of the exam. Danielle, you have a...
When the government takes land, does the tenant still have to pay or pay rent, or is there a difference when it's partial? We can call it partial.
Yeah.
Condemnation, or does it still have to pay? And then does he get any of the proceeds from the?
Yeah.
So it's very confusing.
Yeah, the reason you're confused is because, especially when it comes to proceeds of a condemnation sale, the law is less than clear. The original case law in that area dealt with the owner of the current estate and the person with the future interest. And I kind of hate to go down that path because it's very fractured, the law on that particular point, as to whether you can. Originally, the holder of the future interest, if it was a right of reentry or a possibility of reverter, you didn't get any compensation, but now some courts give it. Yeah. You actually had a question that dealt with that? Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was
Yeah.
talking about this or something else? About landlord-tenant.
Oh, well, okay. We'll get back to landlord-tenant in a second. I hate to go there because the law is not as clear as maybe that Barbie question made it. I don't know. I'd have to see the question. But I don't want to start talking about, well, in some courts it's this and in some courts it's that, because that's the kind of stuff that they usually won't test when the rule is fractured. But, you know, I'll tell you what, Danielle, if you can search and find that question, I'll take a look at it. And it may have been more specific than I'm thinking it is. Okay.
Can you just run through for the landlord-tenants assignments and subleases?
Yes. Actually, that's a good question. Okay.
One is like when it's expressed in the contract, like what are the rules in terms of assigning a subleasing, like without my permission, or you can't assign a sublease.
Okay.
And then the other one is when they do like 2 or 3 assignments and subleases, and then
Right.
there's time remaining, there's not
Yep.
time remaining, and who remains liable.
Yep. I'm gonna show you. I'll start with that one, and then we'll go back to the clauses. Chapter 6. And what's that problem? Nope. We'll leave that up, though. We'll come back to that one. There we go. Okay. Here's what you got to do to answer the second question first.
Okay.
Okay. So if you have a lease or a sublease, you draw it down. This is good old-fashioned feudal chain from days of yore. So landlord leases to tenant. And you got privity of contract, right? And you got privity of estate. You got both, which will become important when it comes to who has to pay what. Now, our tenant transfers all my right, title, and interest to T1. That's an assignment. All assignments go out because it's going to be a substitution in feudal terms. So tenant moves off the premises, no longer in privity of estate. Now, if you look at T1 and L, there's no privity of contract, although there is, in this case, an assumption of the duty to pay rent, which gives you third-party beneficiary relationship, but there's privity of estate. So while T1 is on the premises, and you have privity of estate between L and T1, T1's got to pay the rent, right? T is still secondarily liable, though, on the original promise. So even though T's no longer on the premises, T would have to pay, again, secondarily liable. Now, T1 now transfers to T2.
Without the, they have assumed duty to pay rent, you're saying without that, T1 is liable?
T1, even without the assumption, while T1 is on the premises, T1 is liable for the rent based on privity of estate. If you're on the land, you have to pay the rent. The assumption will carry forward. That's the difference, because T1 now transfers to T2. And if it is an assignment again, T1 transfers all my right, title, and interest to T2. Then T1 is no longer in privity of estate with the landlord. T2 is now in privity of estate, right?
Yeah.
But that assumption of the duty to pay rent made the landlord a third-party beneficiary of the assignment from T to T1, which means T1 now has personal liability. It's not true privity of contract, but it's good enough. So even after T1 transfers to T2, all my right, title, and interest, T1 still has personal liability. So at this point, if the rent isn't paid, L can sue T2 based on privity of estate, L can sue T1 based on the assumption, and L can sue T based on the original contract.
So
now,
with the question who can be held personally liable, it's all three of them?
all three of them at this point, right? If, of course, L sues T or T1, then they'll be subrogated to the landlord's right against T2, because T2, who has the land, is primarily liable, right? Now, T2 assigns to T3. T2 steps off the premises. T2 never had the personal liability. The land had the liability, but T2 didn't personally promise. At this point, of course, T3 has to pay the rent because T3 is on the premises. T2 is no longer on the premises and did not assume the duty. T2's off the hook. T1, the duty is still there, and T, the duty is still there. So that's situation number one. If you draw the picture correctly, you get the right answer every time. And it's definitely worth drawing the picture. Frank?
I don't understand why T2 was on the hook, but once he assigned to T3, what
Because he
got him
didn't.
off?
Because he was liable based only on his privity of estate, which he no longer has, because he assigned all my
but
right
he didn't
title.
have-
He didn't assume.
But T1 had
That's
privy of
this-
estate as well as privy of contract?
Not true privity of contract, because T1 didn't make a deal directly with L.
Yes.
But when T1 assumed the duty to pay the rent, you have to have that express assumption of the duty. T1 made L a third-party beneficiary of that promise. And that's, you look, you see this nice little
I think I understand.
triangular form there? That's your classic third-party beneficiary. Now, we're going to, oh, go ahead.
Now, what do you mean when they say assume the duty to pay rent? It'll specifically.
It has to say that. Has to say that. The only time, the only time, and not in this context, but it could be in contracts, the only time when you can assume an assumption of a duty is if someone sells a business. If you sell my entire business, which is an assignment and delegation, but it's an assignment of the business, you sell your entire business, then there's an implied assumption of duties. But otherwise, especially in the context of landlord-tenant, you must have that express assumption. And if it's a mortgage question, because you have the same situation with mortgages, you must have an express assumption. Now, we're going to change the facts up a little bit. So, same picture. We start out with privity of contract, privity of estate. We have the same transfer with an assumption. And then we have that same assignment, but look at the difference now. Suppose it's a 10-year lease. T, after a year, assigns all my right, title, and interest to T1, 9 years left. Then after another year, T1 assigns all my right, title, and interest to T2, 8 years left. And now T2 subleases to T3 for 2 years, which means the T2 retains something. That's a sublease. Look, the sublease goes down. Who is liable for rent at this point?
Not the
T2, yes. T3 is not liable because it's a sublease. There's no privity of estate between L and T3 because T2 retains the estate, right? That's why you draw the picture this way. You can see it. And T3 didn't assume the duty, so there's no personal liability. T2 still has privity of estate. T2 is liable. What about T1?
Yes.
Assumption and T. So in this case, T1, and T2 have liability, but T3 does not.
So in both these situations, the landlord goes after, he goes from newest tenant back?
Doesn't
or
have to.
It doesn't matter.
He can sue anybody he wants. He can sue them all. He gets just one recovery. If, however, he recovers against someone who is secondarily liable, T and T1 in this case, then that person becomes subrogated to the landlord's right, which means that person can seek indemnification, is the word you want there, from the person who's primarily liable.
I have a question. Let's say for whatever reason you said there was 3 years left on the lease when T2 got it.
Yep.
If T2 meets with the landlord and says, can we extend it to 2 more years? At that point, the privity of contract with the initial person is broken? Or do they still remain? If they do like a new agreement?
Oh, if they do, it's actually a good question. Now, if it's a true new agreement, and L and T2 make an agreement, if it's an novation, they would expressly release these other guys, right? And then they wouldn't have liability. But if
under privity of contract.
that's right, if it's a true novation, because a novation is an agreement between the landlord and the subsequent tenant, which includes a release of the previous tenants. Not likely to happen. So your question's a little bit different, but it's a good one. If L and T2 extend the lease, what about the liability of T and T1? Are they going to be liable for the extension?
No.
Nope. But they'll be liable on the original lease up to whatever point in time. That's a good question.
So the only way T1 can get off the hook is through novation? Basically, that's
Yes,
the only way.
correct. Yeah, that's right. And it's the exception, not the rule.
And I have another tenant issue.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an assignment for a tenant and it's a commercial tenant,
Mm-hmm.
and then the covenants that run with it would be obviously they have to continue paying rent.
Mm-hmm.
But if under the original covenant they said you have to sell newspapers on the land, for example, does that also run with the assignment, the tenant?
Good question. It's a question of the intent of the original landlord. In that case, did the landlord intend that covenant to run with the land? Your covenants run with, and then it gets to Vanessa's question about covenants that run, which we'll get to in a moment. You have to have an intent for the covenant to run, and of course it has to touch and concern. Selling newspapers, I'd need to know a few more facts.
How about if it was maybe it was running a bakery in that tenant, and then they assigned it to a banker, but in the original covenant it said you're going to run a bakery here, and obviously you have to pay rent.
Probably the bakery is probably a personal covenant. Again, I'd kind of like to see some more facts, but it was probably personal. Even if the landlord intended it to run, it wouldn't necessarily touch and concern the land. I don't know. I understand your question, and my response is got to see more facts on that one.
If the landlord accepts payment from the new tenant, like the baker assigns it to the printer, and the landlord accepts the printer's payment,
It can be a waiver.
that'd be a waiver.
Yeah, it can be a waiver. And speaking of the waivers, going back to your question, where'd it go? There is, thought I had that out there. Dumper's case, which seems to have disappeared from the 80 million slides I have open. There it is. If you have a provision in a lease that prohibits assignments or subleases, Now, you can have variations on the theme. You can have a clause that flat out prohibits assignments and subleases. You can have one that prohibits assignments and subleases without permission. If it flat out prohibits assignments and subleases, you run the risk of having an unenforceable restraint on alienation. It's a disabling restraint, which is it's virtually always void. If it's without the landlord's permission, it's going to be enforceable when it comes to a lease. But if the tenant then assigns and the landlord consents to the first assignment, unless the landlord expressly reserves the right to object to future assignments, that first consent will be a waiver to the requirement for all future assignments. That's the rule in Dumper's case, which applies to assignments but not to subleases. And is that the question that you had, or who somebody asked? Oh, I'm sorry, because somebody asked. Okay, but does that your question, or was there something a little different?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Because they'll mix the two that you showed me. They'll do that one, and then the landlord will give permission for the first one, and then he'll transfer his interest to somebody, and then they'll try and do it again, and then the person who got the interest transferred, then they'll reject it. And so
right. The transferee of the landlord in that case would be bound by that waiver. Yeah.
Is bound by the waiver.
Yeah.
When they gave permission? When they gave permission the first time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then what happens here when T2 defaults? Because T1 didn't assume it, he's no longer liable. So the landlord can only go after T2 and T.
Yeah. There's your analysis. It's a problem out of the Duke Meyer book. So it depends. It depends on whether Dumper's case applies. Yeah.
Do you by chance have an example where there's assignments and subleases going on, but also the landlord sold the property to another person?
Yeah, I'll pull up Pestana. I think it's Pestana. Hang on a second. See if it's this one. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here, you all had this case in your property class. Well, I think everybody did, because maybe if you had Gonzalez, he wasn't using Duke Meyer at the time, but. Okay, so here's your first lease. City of San Jose leases hangar space to the Perliches. Okay, privity of contract, privity of estate. That's transfer number one. Then they subleased. And so that's transfer number two. Then your sublessor assigned the reversion. And then your sublessee assigned the interest. So yes, it could happen. So the question here was, could your sublessee hold the sublessor liable? And the answer is yeah. So remember that both and I don't know if it's really answering your question, but that's the type of situation that you could see. And I'm trying to remember what the sublessor did that was a breach in that case. Sublessor was tried to say that the assignment was invalid, and it wasn't. It was a valid assignment. So it was a case for declaratory relief. If the sublessor assigns, transfers all my right, title, and interest, then whoever takes is going to be bound by all the terms and all the responsibilities that the sublessor had. So your assignee of the sublessor steps into the shoes of the sublessor, as does the assignee of the sublessee. And I don't know if that completely answers your question, but that's the best drawing that I have that addresses it. Any other landlord-tenant questions while we're here? Okay, so let's go back to the rest of property. And let me see if there's anything else. Fixtures, always consider whether it's a trade fixture or a regular fixture, and what's a fixture, which base, you start with the intent of the parties, what did they intend. the item to be a fixture or a non-fixture. If it's a trade fixture, of course, you can always remove it, but if you remove it, you have to pay for any damage that you cause. And remember, in particular, the removal of a fixture in the context of landlord-tenant, you have to remove before the lease is over. You can't come in later and try to remove your fixture, even if it's a trade fixture. Once the lease is over, you lose your right to remove your personal property.
But
Yeah.
the trade fixture is within a reasonable time.
Yeah, right. Okay, anybody have adverse possession kind of sells itself, right? Okay. Conveyancing and deeds. Anybody have, the basic stuff in conveyancing is pretty straightforward too. Anybody have questions on covenants of title? You're okay with covenants of title? And
Title,
let me just take a moment.
the deed.
Yeah. Yeah, your warranty, exactly right. Now, I want, one thing I do want to stress, though, in this area, particularly, and it's important for both MBE and for Florida, always keep your eye on the phase of the land sale transaction. Marketable title, important up until you close. After you close, all of the covenants and promises in the contract merge into the deed, right? So marketable title is a non-issue once the parties close. It's important up to the time of closing, but then it goes away. And title that's marketable is title that's reasonably free and clear from doubt. It doesn't have to be perfect. When does it have to be marketable? At closing. And you can take funds from closing to make title marketable. Yes, ma'am?
The marketable title is only title. It's not necessarily that there's actually going to be a house there.
Correct. It is stuff that affects title. Defects in deeds, encumbrances, encroachments, it's nothing physical. So your termites, the house
So
that...
if the house burns on fire, the risk of loss already passed
Right.
through equitable.
Through equitable conversion, that has nothing to do with marketable title. That is
Even if
correct.
the contract says, I'm going to provide you marketable title.
That's right. That's right. Because marketable title does not deal with physical things. And marketable title, as opposed to duty to disclose, for example, is important for both residential and commercial, right? Duty to disclose defects, Johnson versus Davis, that's residential only. So you want to make that distinction. Covenants of title in a warranty deed, a general warranty deed, your present covenants, your future covenants, they take over once the parties close. And of course, your present covenants, season, right to convey, and against encumbrances. Against encumbrances covers most of the same things that's covered by marketable title. The difference is you're now talking about the promise in the deed, not the promise in the contract for sale. And your present covenants are broken, if at all, at the time of conveyance. They don't run with the land.
And just to be clear, warranty deed is from the time the property was built? Is that the right way to look at it?
You mean the promises themselves?
Yeah.
It depends. If it's a general warranty deed, then it's going to go back in time to the beginning of time, whatever it is for that piece of property. If it's special warranty, then it's just things caused by that owner who makes the promise, or anyone claiming under them. Your future covenants, general warranty, quiet enjoyment, and further assurances. Warranty and quiet enjoyment, identical. There's really no difference. And what you're looking for there is something that happens in the future that amounts to an eviction. If the owner of the property is evicted, has to buy up the paramount claim, or is in some other way damaged. Future covenants, of course, do run with the land. So you can sue a remote grantor on a future covenant, but not on the present covenants. Future covenants, again, are not broken unless and until there's that eviction, actual or constructive. Okay, mortgages. Wow. People, I can spend a long time on mortgages. Are there particular areas with mortgages that you want me to talk about? Anything in particular? 'Cause once again, I could take 5 hours on mortgages easily.
We're a lien theory state, right?
Florida is a lien theory state, absolutely, which means that the lender gets the equitable lien on the property, but the mortgagor, the owner of the property, retains legal title unless and until there's a foreclosure sale.
And
Correct.
Because we're lien, that affords the mortgagor a statutory right of redemption.
We don't have a statutory right of redemption in Florida. We do not. Some states do. We do not in Florida. So, yeah. Yeah, we do not. And I will tell you, they've been testing mortgages more and more, and they have popped up even on the essay portion. So, you know, having some vocabulary for mortgages is probably not a bad thing.
Even theory does not destroy joint tenants.
That's correct. Because there's, well, there's no severance unless and until there's a foreclosure sale, right? But you know, I don't want to brush off mortgages because it is important, but I also don't want to spend 5 hours. So is there any other directed question we might have when it comes to mortgages? Okay. If you think of something as we're going along, you can pop in. Lateral and subjacent support, I'm going to skip that too.
Oh,
Yes.
If you're absolutely liable, right, so it's not a negligence analysis, you're doing it? If you take the
For
lateral support from somebody?
Subjacent support.
Subjacent.
Subjacent, yeah. Lateral you use the negligence standard.
For foreclosure sales,
Uh-huh.
and when they have a bunch of creditors with security interests, like in you know, on a piece of
Yeah.
property, what is the rule when someone like in the middle who's
Yeah.
reported, you know, so there's like a junior
Yep.
interest and a senior interest on both sides,
Yep.
and then the person in the middle seeks a foreclosure, and they give notice to, like,
Right.
that's why
Okay.
they give notice to
Right, okay.
the junior mortgage. Do they have to include them or not have to include them?
Right. If you have a series, and this certainly makes for an easy multiple choice question. So if you have, say, 3 mortgages, the senior is going to be the first in time unless you have some certain kinds of modifications, and let's leave that aside for the moment. So senior's first in time, then your second, and then your third. Let's suppose that our mortgagor, our borrower, defaults on the second one, the one in the middle, which is, I think, what you're asking. Now, that mortgagee, that lender can bring a foreclosure suit and has to give notice to anybody junior, should give notice to anybody senior, but must give notice to somebody junior, because anyone who is junior, if that person doesn't give notice, doesn't get notice, that lender will survive the foreclosure sale. But if that lender, that junior lender, gets notice, then that lender participates or doesn't participate at his or her peril. The senior gets an option. If you are a senior lender, senior to the mortgage being foreclosed, you can join in or you can stay out. If you stay out, the property will be sold subject to your mortgage, and you'll choose to sit out the foreclosure sale if you think that the property won't bring enough money to cover your mortgage. If you sit out again, property will be sold subject to your mortgage, and you are out of the picture and you don't participate in the sale. Let's start with that example first. So number 2 brings a foreclosure suit. Number 1 gets notice but sits out. But number 3 also gets notice and has to participate. You're kind of forced if you're a junior. We're going to pay number 2 first. And whatever's left over, then we'll pay number 3 if there's enough left over to pay number 3. If there isn't enough left over, then number 3 can get a deficiency judgment in a jurisdiction that permits a deficiency judgment. And honestly, when it comes to the MBE portion of the exam, they're going to be testing deficiency judgment jurisdictions. I know states, California, for example, has an anti-deficiency judgment statute. That's too easy, so they won't test it. And that means then that number 3 can sue the borrower, the mortgagor, for whatever's left over, and sue personally on the promissory note. Remember, a mortgage has 2 parts. It has the mortgage deed that creates the lien on the property and the personal promise, the IOU. Now, suppose that number 1 decides to jump in, which is probably where you were going with your question. Even though number 2 brought the lawsuit, number 1 gets paid first if number 1 joins in, right? And anyone who joins in the sale will see the lien extinguished. If you join in the sale, even if you aren't paid in full, your lien is extinguished. You still have that personal lawsuit, assuming again that the jurisdiction permits the deficiency judgment, but your lien is gone. If you are a senior and you sit out, your lien survives the sale.
And then if number 3 chooses to sit out for whatever reason, even though
Yeah.
then and then they sell, and then the number 2 forecloses, and then there's more assets left after number 2 gets the money, then where do those assets?
To the borrower, if number
To the
3,
borrower if
if
number
number,
two sits out.
yeah, so if number 3 sits out. But number 3 is going to get wiped out even if number 3 doesn't participate. So it's in the best interest.
Okay, even if he doesn't participate, then he gets
But
Number 3 gets wiped out. Unless they don't give notice, of
Unless they
course.
don't give notice, right.
Of
If there's
course.
no notice, number 3 is not given notice. Number 1 sits out. Number 2 gets paid back in full. Number 1 and number 3, or the buyer takes subject to number 1 and number 3.
Correct.
Because
If,
number 3 didn't get
Number
notice.
if number 3 didn't get notice, that's
Okay.
correct. You will not take proceeds and distribute proceeds to someone who does not participate in the sale.
So if number 1 does not participate
Mm-hmm.
and his lien survives, can his equity be taken then? I mean, if number 1 sits out, the
Mm-hmm.
proceeds from the liquidation would go initially to 2? Or?
Yeah. Number 1 doesn't get anything from the sale because number 1 still has a lien on the property.
So assuming the house is, say, is underwater or whatever,
Mhm.
then number 1 could still have the lien, but he wouldn't have perhaps have any equity.
Well, no, the equity is going to be, equity is
From
in,
equity, I'm referring
Yeah.
to. I'm referring to the asset value that the lien holder owns.
well, the lien holder is going to still have a lien on the property and will sit out in hopes that the property value will rise eventually.
Yeah.
Now, you might not get lucky, but that's a risk that you take.
Very few first would ever sit out, I imagine.
Actually, when the property is severely underwater, the first might well sit out because you know if the property is severely underwater, the property is going to sell for a lot less and you're not going to get paid very much money. And you may choose to sit out hoping that the market, as it did, the market will come back around.
This is a crazy question, but I've been thinking of like possible essays.
Okay?
This is really wild. So we'll just say 2 forecloses, 1 sits out. The buyer takes it subject to 1. What if the government comes in and takes the land
It could,
and takes the property?
yeah.
What happens to 1?
If then the condemnation, the question is how you divide the condemnation proceeds.
Yeah.
Who's going to get the condemnation proceeds if there is a senior? The lender gets it.
So the buyer gets nothing.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, that's a good question, but that's what would happen. That's what would happen. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So so that answers your question there?
Oh, yeah, no, that's-
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else anybody wants to ask in this area? Okay, so now I go back to interest in real property. Skip that on purpose because now we get to Vanessa's question. Before we talk about covenants, anybody have any easement questions you want to ask? Remember with easements, implied easements, for those of you taking the Florida portion, we do recognize implied easements, common law implied easements in Florida. We also have that statutory easement of way by necessity, and they love to test it. So if you are taking the Florida portion, make sure if you've got an implied easement situation, you talk about both the common law and easement by way of necessity, statutory easement of way by necessity.
There's no unity for the statutory.
That's correct. Yeah. For your common law, you need unity of ownership, severance, and the requisite degree of necessity. For the statutory one, you just need property that's outside the municipality, that's used for agricultural or residential purposes, and that is so hemmed in that there's no reason, and here they use reasonable as the standard, no reasonable means of ingress or egress. And remember also, with your statutory easement of way by necessity in Florida, if the court finds an easement, compensation is due to the holder of the serving estate. Contrast that to a common law implied easement. If the court imposes an implied easement, no compensation is due to the holder of the servient estate. Okay, now, the covenants. I'm going to pull up some slides here, and I can't give you a real good handle of what Florida law is here, so I would just kind of use MBE if you have to deal with it in Florida. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, you know, that happened before in I believe the bulb. It happened last time I did this, actually. I think the bulb was starting to burn out, which is a pity because it would be very helpful to see these slides. I wonder if I turn it off and turn it on. You know what? Since it's 3:30, let's take a quick break. We'll come back and I'll see if I can get this to refresh a little. Okay, so we start out with the idea that a covenant that runs with the land. And remember, when we're talking about a covenant that runs with the land, you're looking for money damages. And so it's kind of the exception, not the rule. But they definitely test it on the MBE, so you still need to know these rules. You need, to begin with, you need a writing because it's an interest that attaches to land. So you've got to have that writing. Number one. Number two, you need intent. And the intent that you need is intent for the covenant to run. And Priscilla was just asking about a question, and was the intent for the covenant to run? I'm not sure in the problem that she showed me. But the grantor has to intend for the covenant to run with the land. Look for language that says binds, heirs, and assigns, and forever kind of stuff. Privity. Okay, you've got two kinds of privity. You've got horizontal privity and vertical privity. There's not much left of horizontal privity. It kind of depends to a certain extent on the jurisdiction. Horizontal privity is the relationship between the original grantor and grantee. And that's all you need in the U.S. is just grantor-grantee, so you don't have to get too technical there. Modern rule, you don't need horizontal privity for the benefit to run. In some jurisdictions, you might need horizontal privity for the burden to run. Don't worry about the third restatement. It does some really strange things, but they won't test it. So just be aware, and you may have seen in some of your multiple choice questions, they may have talked about a horizontal privity requirement for the burden. It's always harder for the burden to run than it is for the benefit to run. So when in doubt, look for some impediment to the burden running. It's the best way to approach it. And we're talking about at law right now. We're not talking about enforcement and equity, because here the rule does change there. So vertical privity is the relationship between one of the original parties and a subsequent assignee. And the assignee has to step into at least traditionally, has to step into the shoes of the original party. Take the entire interest of that party in terms of the nature. If the original party had a fee simple, the assignee has to take a fee simple, etc. If you've got a person who owns a big piece of property and divides it up and gives several people a fee simple interest, that's still vertical privity because they've taken the same temporal interest. Probably don't need vertical privity today for the benefit, but you might need it for, and I'm going past, don't look at the restatement stuff because it's pretty funky. You might need it for the burden. Once again, always harder for the burden to run than the benefit. And then the final requirement is touch and concern. Very important when it comes to covenants. Don't cut corners at either law or equity when it comes to touch and concern. Traditionally, both benefit and burden had to touch and concern for one or the other to run. Virtually all jurisdictions today, as long as one touches the one that you're concerned with, don't worry about the other one. And what does it mean for a burden to touch and concern? What does it mean for a benefit to touch and concern? The benefit touches and concerns the land if it increases the value of the land. The burden touches and concerns the land if it decreases the value of the land. And then finally, don't worry about that, notice. Now, notice that I put notice after everything else. It is not a traditional requirement for covenants that run with the land or equitable servitudes, because those rules developed in England before they had a recording statute. But today, you have to take the recording statute into account as well. And so if you have, for example, transfer of the burden to state to someone who does not have notice of the burden, that person may take free and clear under the provisions of the recording statute, which was Frank's question, which we'll get to after we do this. And of course, in Florida, we have a notice recording statute. Now, here's the picture. And again, if you draw the picture, it always helps. Our original parties, grantor and grantee, become covenantor and covenantee. So land is transferred in return for a promise not to build anything but a single-family residence. Okay? And most covenants, by the way, are negative in nature. I promise not to do something on my land. Most easements are affirmative. I have the right to do something on somebody else's land. Most covenants are negative. I promise not to do something on my land. And then we have a picture there, horizontal privity between the original parties right here, and vertical privity between an original party and an assignee. Any questions so far? Okay, now how does it play out in equity? And honestly, most of the questions that you'll get, whether MBE or Florida, will deal with equitable servitude. You get to equitable servitude if one or both of the following two things is present or are present. If your plaintiff is seeking equitable relief, injunctive relief, which is usually the case, trying to prevent an activity, then you're talking about an equitable servitude. Or if your plaintiff can't prove all of the traditional elements that I just discussed, anything missing, writing, intent, privity, touch and concern, then there are substitutes in equity, or you might call them relaxations of the rules. I call them substitutes. But there are different ways that you can satisfy the requirements in equity. So what are those different ways? If you don't have a writing, if the promise wasn't created in writing, in equity you can use part performance and estoppel as a substitute for the writing, your statute of frauds exceptions. You can't use those exceptions at law, but because they're equitable principles, you can use them in equity.
If we have a covenant issue, and we could also, if for any reason one of those elements are missing and it's not a covenant that runs with the land, we can go and look to see if it's an equitable servitude.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We can talk about both.
Mm-hmm. If it's an essay, yeah. Now, intent. Remember, you have to have intent for the covenant to run in the deed at law. What you're going to look for in equity is that common scheme, the subdivision, where all the houses look alike, all the little houses in a row. And you can substitute that common scheme for intent for the covenant to run. Privity. Privity, you pretty much don't need horizontal privity for an equitable servitude today. And vertical privity, a lot of states don't require vertical privity for horizontal, and don't worry about third restatement, for horizontal privity, for the burden and vertical privity. If you even need it, then notice of the restriction should be sufficient. And so, for example, an adverse possessor might be burdened if the adverse possessor has notice of the restriction. Third restatement. Now, touch and concern, very important again in equity, because an equitable servitude is an interest in land, and so you use that same test question of whether the benefit touches and concerns, does it increase the value? Burden, does it touch and concern, does it decrease the value? And of course, the recording statute would come into play in the same way again. Now, Vanessa, your question was particularly about privity. Is there anything beyond that about privity that you were concerned about? Yeah, just, look at that picture, and then, we go back to the drawing. Okay, so your horizontal privity here, at law, at best, you might need it for the burden to run. In equity, you don't need horizontal privity at all anymore. Vertical privity, which is the two legs here, at law, you might still need it for the burden. And in equity, if you even need it for the burden, then you can substitute notice. Okay, recording statutes. Hopefully I pulled that up. Yes, okay. Some easy steps in terms of reading the statutes. The key, first of all, when it comes to recording, which they love to test on the MBE and which gets tested a lot in Florida. We have, as I mentioned before, a notice statute in Florida. But we'll look at all three because MBE does test all three. There are only 2 states in the United States that have a race statute, but they still test it, so there it is. A race statute is just whoever records first, period, end of story. And what you want to look for is a statute that has nothing about notice or knowledge or anything like that in it. If it just says somebody has to record, it's a race statute. And whoever gets to the courthouse steps first wins. And that's all there is to a race statute. And you can see in this particular statute, you look at it, it just says you have to record. Doesn't say anything about notice, knowledge, none of that stuff. Now, notice statute, which we have here. This is Florida statute. A notice statute has 2 things in it that you want to look for. First of all, it talks about recording once. Some form of that verb shows up once. And it says something about notice or knowledge. That notice or knowledge and the use of the word recording, those 2 things together show you that you don't have a race statute. But the fact that it talks about recording just once tells you have a notice statute, because that one recording refers to the first person to take the property. If that person doesn't record, then a subsequent purchaser without notice prevails. That's how a notice statute works. Under a notice statute, you're going to go and look for 3 things. Whether you're doing MBE, multiple choice, or you're writing an essay, think about these 3 things. First, you have to find out who is subsequent. You're going to have 2 people at the bottom of 2 chains of title. Who took later in time? That's your subsequent person. And that person has to be a bona fide purchaser for value, has to give value. And then has to take without notice, actual, constructive, or inquiry. Actual notice, somebody actually shows you the deed. Inquiry notice, you see something about the land, there are cars in the driveway, or clothes hanging on the clothesline in the backyard, or kids running around, something like that. Constructive notice, there's something in the record that if you had done a proper search would have shown you. So you look for a deed that's recorded in the right place, which is if you record right away after you take title, then your deed's going to be recorded in the right place. And you notice here again, 1 form of the verb right there and something about notice. It's a notice statute. And a race notice statute, there we go, California's. It has that notice element again, right there. But it also talks about recording twice. That's what makes it a race notice statute. The first recording deals with, that's this one right here, even though it's second, but it deals with the first person. To be protected against somebody who comes along later, you have to record your deed. This second recording right here says that the second person has to record too. And a lot of times people will tell you, well, just look for first recorded or something like that. Sometimes that language is there, sometimes it's not. So I would look for the verb twice and an element of notice, and that gives you a race notice statute. If you have a race notice statute, you look for 4 things. It's the same first 3 things plus a 4th thing. So your subsequent person, the person who takes later in time, who pays value, who takes without notice, and who records first. And to record first, you have to be the first one with a complete recorded chain of title. Now, Frank, you asked the question, so what in particular that I haven't talked about yet did you want to ask?
I think you've covered it. I'm still a little confused, but I think I'm going to study further to understand it. But there are also, in recording offices, different systems, are there not?
You mean grantor-grantee versus tract?
Yeah.
Okay, well, almost all of the questions you'll get will be based on a grantor-grantee index rather than a tract index. Because tract index is too easy. Because everything about that piece of property is recorded in the tract index, so you don't have all these crazy searches you have to do.
So if you had a jurisdiction with a tract index, you would just go and look under that property, and you would see everybody who files would be listed right there. But under a grantor or grantee, you have to look under each.
Yeah, here's what you do. It's to do an old-fashioned grantor-grantee index search. It's like using books, which nobody uses anymore. But think about how you researched a topic. You would go, you'd pull up the index, and you'd be looking through the index. Now you just do everything on the computer. But what you do in a grantor-grantee index search is, okay, let's suppose that B is our subsequent purchaser. So O conveys to A, and then O conveys to B. B is our subsequent purchaser. B says, who is my grantor? O. Then you go to the grantee index, which lists all of the grantees first, followed by the grantors. Let me show you what I'm talking. Let me do it this way. Hang on.
So my grantor would have been a grantee previously.
Yeah, and you find out when your grantor got the property. That's the whole point. Let me get our grantor-grantee. Here we go.
And he's the only one that I care about giving notice. Is that
Well,
right?
you got to keep going backwards in time. So this is a grantor-grantee index. See the last name here? Monroe, and then all the grantors, followed by the grantees, and the year they took the property. This is an actual, I pulled this off the internet. Yeah, and it tells you where the deed is recorded, describes the property. Look at that one right there, bill of sale for a slave in 1810. Kind of scary, but that was our country in the 19th century, or the first half of the 19th century. Most of this, though, is real property. So you go back in time in the grantee index, and you find out when your immediate grantor got the property. And then you look in the grantor index, this one here, during the time period that your grantor owned the property. So from the day that your grantor got the property until the day that the deed from your grantor to you, basically, is recorded. You're responsible for all deeds in which your grantor is named as grantor. Then you got to go back in time again, because suppose that O got the property from X. I didn't make the fact pattern very well, but
So I have to look and see who sold him the property.
then you repeat the process. Going back in time until you hit the first transaction in the fact pattern, or the cutoff established by the Marketable Title Act if they give you one, but they almost never give you that. So whoever is number one transaction.
Is this what title insurance companies do?
Yeah.
When they go out and
Right. And you're not going to do it yourself. I wouldn't recommend it, but you're charged with notice of anything you would have